Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so happy to have you here for our 1 p.m. program. Now, I'm just curious. Who is here for the first time? Raise your hand. Oh my goodness, so many new faces. That's awesome. We love to see new faces and returning faces. We're gonna meet a lot of cool backyard buddies today. Mammals and turtles that you may have seen in your backyard. So definitely stick around for the 2 p.m. program as well. And you'll want to come back next month because we have a whole new set of animals on stage every single month. And next month, during August, we have animals with superpowers on stage. If you have a really good time today, you might want to think about getting a membership here at the Creature Conservancy. You can do so in our gift shop. What does this get you? Well, it gets you free admission to open hours, our adult-only first and third Fridays, and it gets you discounts in our gift shop and for our special events, along with advanced notice for our special events, such as tortoise yoga, and we also have paint nights. We're going to have a paint night coming up and a reptile encounters event coming up. So definitely keep an eye out on our website and our social media for upcoming events. We also have our summer camps for 1st through 9th graders going on right now. There may be a few spots left for select weeks, so definitely check out our website. And we also have our Adopt a Creature program going on. So if you would like to directly sponsor the care, the training, the enrichment of a specific animal here at the Creature Conservancy, you can do so through this program. There are different tiers to this, ranging from a signed letter from the zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership here at the Creature Conservancy. And finally, please follow us on social media. We post lots of cute photos and pictures of our animals. It's also where we'll notify you for our special events. And then send the pictures that you take to us. We want to see the cute photos that you take. And now I'm going to turn it over to Xavier. He's going to introduce our first backyard buddy.
Awesome, thank you. So we are going to start off by meeting an animal that you guys are going to be pretty familiar with. Some of you guys may not want to see them in your backyard, but after this talk I may change your mind about that. But in just a little bit, we're going to be meeting Giorgio Armani, and not the actual person, but like the real Giorgio Armani, this guy is a master in smells and scents, because we're going to be meeting a striped skunk. And they're like the skunks that you see around your backyard. You guys don't have to worry, even though all of you guys are going to be within a real skunk, a wild skunk spray zone. Giorgio Armani did have his scent glands removed, so you guys are all in good hands there. But these the striped skunks can be found mostly throughout much of North America, but there are many different species of skunks found throughout North America. This definitely is the most prevalent species, the striped skunk. You can find them from Florida all the way to California into northern Canada as well. But then there's a close-up on Giorgio's face. But then if you go out west, you will find something called a hognose skunk. They look very similar to a striped skunk, but with a hog nose, as their name says. But then one of the cutest species of skunks is found in the southern parts. They are the spotted skunks, and spotted skunks are a lot smaller than your striped skunks, have a lot of aberrant patterns, but what is really unique about the striped skunks is when they spray, the spotted skunks is when they spray, they always do a handstand to spray. So they are really, really fascinating. But skunks of all alike, the striped, the spotted, the hognose, they are all going to be nocturnal scavengers. They're very opportunistic scavengers, eating both plants and animals. They're omnivores, but they definitely prefer their protein. And so a lot of times they will be walking around the forest looking for grubs and worms and bugs like that. And they are actually one of the few species of animals that have really really done well with human development, because when we are mowing our lawns like this just gets them a lot closer to those grubs. And a lot of times you may find the skunks in the evenings digging in your yard, and they are just looking to eat those worms, eat those grubs and things like that. But like I said, they are opportunistic, and so when humans are leaving trash open and their leftovers out on the curb, those skunks will go and tear into your trash, eat things like that too. So these guys are definitely taking advantage of the leftovers that we have. But they are not just eating our leftovers, they are doing us a favor a lot of times when they are eating some of these animals, because they are amazing pest control. Those grubs you definitely don't want in your yard, but then they will eat a lot of wasps' nests and other pest species that we definitely don't want and can hurt us a lot. And so these guys are truly amazing species to have, because they will also kind of clean up leftover foods that other animals may not want to eat. And so they are truly well adapted to life with humans. But then they have amazing tools to help them dig, and in the wild, their nails would file down by that constant digging and kind of looking for that food. They look like mini bear claws, and so we add a lot of enrichment for Giorgio. We do some food hides so he can dig for that, but because he is not in the wild, he won't have the constant digging that the wild skunks would have to file their nails down. And so we do a lot of this training with him that you're seeing on stage right now with a nail board. So he will file his nails down by himself and get a lot of treats for that. So it's a lot of mimicking a lot of the behaviors they would have in the wild for that as well. And so these guys are truly a fascinating species, but they are not known for being the cleanup crew. They are definitely known for their spray, but their spray is a last line of defense. They have a lot of defenses leading up to that, and their coloration is that first line of defense. They have a very bold and vibrant black and white pattern that you can't really miss, and so that is the first advertisement. And if an animal has dealt with a skunk before, they're going to see this bright black and white and think, no way, I'm going to get a safer rabbit tomorrow morning. And so they get that message really readily. But these skunks are pretty solitary animals as well. You won't really see a lot of them together, but if you do see them together, it's likely a mom and her babies, because the babies will trail around mom for the first several months, even when they start to get near fully grown size. But the babies, they don't have their spray attachment fully developed until nearly 8 weeks. They still will smell like a skunk, but won't have full spray capabilities until that 8 weeks. But they are born with their stripes. Those stripes are individually unique, like almost like a fingerprint or tiger stripes, but it goes down to the skin as well. But then if their coloration doesn't do the trick at stopping those predators, they will do something like a war dance, where they stick their tail up really tall, and the babies will do that from early on as well. And when they stick that up, that is just more advertisement saying, hey guys, I'm a skunk, you don't want to mess with me. And if that still doesn't work, oh, my clicker's kind of going. So they will kind of do that war dance, beating on the ground. That thudding is just an extra reminder. And so it is really cute to see the babies do it. And a lot of times baby animals will have a lot of this behavior as playfulness. So they are kind of learning these behaviors when they're adults. And it was really cute when Giorgio was really young here and on stage. He would get really playful, do his little war dance with us. And so it is really cool to see them do that. But all of that is a warning sign, because these guys, they can spray, but they don't want to. They don't have an unlimited amount of spray at all times, so they're trying to save that for when it's only necessary. But because they can spray, you definitely want to stay at least about 15 feet away from them, because they have pinpoint accuracy, and a lot of times they will aim for your eyes. And so if a predator comes up to them and is still antagonizing, not getting those hits, they will spray that out, aiming for their eyes. And that spray is a sticky tar-like substance, so it doesn't come off easy, especially if you're in the wild. And so those predators will spend days, if not weeks, trying to rub this smell out of their face, not forgetting about this skunk, and that skunk is just going about its day. But then a lot of times our dogs will fall victim to getting sprayed by a skunk, and a lot of the home remedies that you may hear of, tomato juice, does not work. You're just going to end up with a dog that smells like tomato juice and skunk, because the tomato juice doesn't really do anything. What works best is salon-grade hydrogen peroxide. That high levels of hydrogen peroxide really do help get the skunk spray out of there. But our dogs are not always as smart as some of the wild animals, and certain breeds may go get sprayed by a skunk. You get that smell off of them. A couple weeks later, they go get sprayed by that same skunk, because that's just how some of our dogs are. But these guys are truly incredibly cute animals. But then and I forgot to talk about the scent gland that they spray out of. It is almost like a bulb syringe. So they have muscles around it that squirt it out, and so that is how they allow them to have that pinpoint accuracy with that fast stream. But yeah, do you guys have any questions about Giorgio Armani, our skunk here? Yeah. So it's pretty much like they would have about 2 to 3 like really kind of good sprays before they kind of actually empty it, but then it will take just a couple days for it to kind of fully replenish. Most of the time they only need like 1 good spray, and then they're good, so they're not quite at empty, but most of the time they often won't even spray unless like they're actually attacked or getting attacked. But all right, and so we are going to be meeting our next animal, which is truly possibly one of the cutest animals we have on campus, and he's going to strut on stage because he knows that. And so this is Nigel, and Nigel is a mammal we have around here that has a handful of different names. You guys may know them as groundhogs, but you may also know them as woodchucks. But they're also called whistle pigs. They're called many different names. But then while Nigel is on stage, if we could have everybody who's in the front row seated, because Nigel can be curious and we want him to have his attention fully on Jordan and his trainer right now. But these guys have an extremely wide range. They're found throughout much of North America, and that extremely wide range does allow for them to have many different names throughout their geographical ranges. And so you guys may hear them as woodchucks or groundhogs, but they both are the same animal. But they are truly the only animal at TCC that has an actual holiday named after them, Groundhog's Day. But it wasn't all that happy for groundhogs, because in the original days of Groundhog's Day, it got that name because the settlers in that area would make groundhog stew, and they would eat a lot of them during that time. They would get them out of their hibernating burrows. But now it's turned into more of a celebration of Punxsutawney Phil and his predictions. But if you guys are betting people, you definitely want to bet against is Punxsutawney Phil. That will get you guys a lot of money that way because Punxsutawney Phil is only about 36% accurate with his spring predictions. So whatever Punxsutawney Phil says, just do the opposite of that. But these guys are truly amazing, and they're the only animal we have here at the Creature Conservancy that actually does a full hibernation. And so most of our other animals that you may assume to hibernate, like the skunk, actually goes into torpor, which is almost like a halfway hibernation or a light hibernation. But when groundhogs hibernate, their body temperature drops to nearly 36 degrees, and the heart rate slows to about 2 beats per minute. He breathes about once a minute, and so they really go into a deep slumber. But in order to lead up to that, they have to pack on a lot of weight, and they can sometimes eat 2 pounds of produce in a day in the fall, leading up to their hibernation weight. But groundhogs have very intricate. Hi, buddy. I don't have anything for you. And so he's got all your treats. But they have very intricate burrows. And that's probably why a lot of homeowners don't quite like groundhogs in and around their area, because they may be digging into your garden, underneath your deck. And that's not fun, but these burrows are really important to the ecosystem, because they have many different chambers, and it's not just one long, one straight hole, but in their chambers they will have certain holes for sleeping, certain holes for eating, but then they will also have a bathroom chamber, because they are a very clean animal, and anytime he goes to the bathroom, he wants nothing to do with it, so he takes it all the way to the other side, cleans it up, and keeps it on that chamber. But what's important about these burrows is he is taking a lot of minerals and stuff from the bottom to the hi, buddy. He's confused. It's not Steve talking about him today. He's trying to check out who's on mic. But these burrows are like I was saying, they transfer a lot of nutrients from the bottom of the soil layers up to the top, but then also taking a lot of the natural organic matter to the bottom as well. So they are a great tiller with that soil as well. And so these guys are truly special animals. But then, do you guys have any questions about Nigel, our groundhog? Yeah. He's just a gentleman. Yeah, no. She asked why if he holds his pinkies up, but yeah, no. I really haven't been able to. Most groundhogs that I see in the wild don't let me get that close to them to see if they are also pinkies up. But we have noticed that with Nigel, he will always kind of go pinkies up. So he is a true gentleman. But yeah, I had a question over here. So Nigel is about 3 years old, and Nigel wasn't a injured, non-releasable wildlife like some of our other native animals like we're about to meet, but he was a intentional acquisition that we had got early on, so that we would be able to teach people about groundhogs like that, but then also have a one that we can work with in settings like this, because wild groundhogs would not be as comfortable with what Nigel's doing, but he does this and loves this, and it's fun too, because during like work days we will just have Nigel in our kitchen walking around, and he'll just be running up and down the aisle. He has an amazing life. But another thing I forgot to talk about groundhogs real quick is that they are squirrels. A lot of people don't think of them as squirrels, but there are a big group of ground squirrels like chipmunks and prairie dogs, and groundhogs are actually one of the larger species of ground squirrels. And so they are actually amazing climbers, just as they are great at digging. And so in Nigel's outdoor area, he has a lot of shelves, and you will find him up above your head a lot of times, because they are great diggers as well. But I am going to pass things over to Madeline to talk about our last backyard buddy. But thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Xavier. All right, we've met some really adorable backyard buddies that are important for our Michigan ecosystems. And now we're gonna meet another cool Michigan mammal, maybe the coolest, definitely our most unique mammal, and that is the opossum. They are native to North America. They are our only marsupial here in North America, in Michigan. So it's kind of like they are our own kangaroo. They're our only marsupial. This is Wilbur. We get quite a few opossums from wildlife rehabbers. Some of them have genetic or physical disabilities, and he does have a little bit of an underbite, but he's still absolutely adorable. He's gonna come out and snack while I'm talking about how cool opossums are. And they have so many unique characteristics, including their insane amount of teeth. They have more teeth than any other mammal in Michigan. They have 50 teeth in their mouth, and they also have a very diverse set of teeth. They have little teeth in the front that are great for grabbing things like bugs. See those huge canine teeth? Those are great for dispatching things like snakes and smaller animals. They have slicing teeth after those, which are great for slicing through vegetation. And then they have crushing teeth in the very back that are great for harder foods. And that's awesome because opossums are opportunistic omnivores. Wilbur is snacking on a wide variety of foods. He's got greens, corn, blackberries, oranges, some meat. They're eating both plant and animal material in the wild. They're also great climbers. And so they've got some cool characteristics that help them climb up in the trees. You can see he's very cute. He's trying to eat his orange. Good job, Wilbur. One of their characteristics is their opposable thumbs. They don't have opposable thumbs on their hands, their front feet like we do, but they have opposable thumbs on their back feet, which help them grasping up in trees. So do their semi-prehensile tails. They're semi-prehensile because as adults, like Wilbur, they can't fully support their entire body weight in the trees, but when they're younger, they can. And so both this grasping tail and these opposable thumbs help them with extra support up in the trees, maybe when they're reaching for some food like eggs in a bird nest or maybe berries in a tree. They're super helpful. Now, sometimes that tail, that really cute semi-prehensile tail freaks people out. They're like, oh, it's hairless, so it's kind of creepy. Or maybe it reminds you of a rat. Well, first of all, rats are adorable, smart, and can actually make really great pets. And secondly, we as humans are more closely related to rats than Wilbur is, if you can believe it, because he's a marsupial. There are three main groups of mammals that are differentiated by how they have babies. So there's the monotremes, like the platypus and 4 species of echidnas. They lay eggs. There are the marsupials, like Wilbur. They're the pouched mammals. And then there are the placental mammals, like us, like rats, horses, and many of the mammals that you think of. And so being a marsupial with a pouch, that comes with some advantages. Opossums have a 12-day-long pregnancy. And they also have a pretty easy birth because the babies come out really tiny, pink, and underdeveloped. They come out the size of a grain of rice. So when they're born, sometimes mama opossum is asleep. And when they're born, they climb up mama's midline, they go into her pouch, and they latch onto one of 13, maybe 15, maybe 17, but usually 13 nipples. And they will be nourished by mama's milk in the pouch. They'll continue to grow. You can see on the left, there are some baby opossums, baby joeys in the pouch. They're only a couple days old. And then they're gonna get bigger in that pouch. On your right, you can see some more developed opossum babies. They have hair, which is a characteristic of mammals. As they grow, as they're nourished by mama's milk, they'll start to venture outside of the pouch. And they'll climb onto their mom's back. And they'll ride around the woods like that while she's on the ground climbing in the trees. And they're growing bigger every day, right? They're drinking her milk. And eventually, there will only be room for 12 joeys on her back. And so one will fall off. And then maybe the next day, there's only room for 11 baby opossums. And one will fall off. And then they'll slowly get deposited around the woods, and that's how they're distributed. So that's what happened to Wilbur when he was a young Joey. Now, it may surprise you, but opossums are not necessarily native to Michigan. They arrived here about 1932, 1933 during the Great Depression, when people were coming to Michigan from the South in search of job opportunities. And they actually brought opossums with them. Now, the opossums weren't hitching a ride. These people were purposefully bringing the opossums to Michigan. Why, you might ask? Well, they were planting opossums because opossums produce a lot of babies. They wanted to harvest them for food, believe it or not. And so now we have opossums in Michigan, and they have slowly migrated up north ever since. Every decade or so, they have migrated about a row of counties north. And last year, someone took a video of an opossum trying to cross the Mackinac Bridge, trying to become a Yooper. This is a really cute photo of that opossum. And that means that the climate is changing, right? Temperatures are warmer, so opossums are able to move up north. That's not necessarily a good thing because, the climate is changing. That causes lots of changes in ecosystems, including changes to animals' ranges. Now, I've mentioned a lot of cool things about opossums, and hopefully I've convinced you that opossums are really cool. We want them around, but if I haven't, I'm going to provide you with some more cool things about opossums. One, they're immune to snake venom, which is pretty cool. They're also resistant to carrying a lot of nasty diseases that we don't want to get. They can't carry things like rabies. They're the only mammal we know of that can't carry rabies. They are not going to be carrying things like salmonella, bubonic plague, and they're a great cleanup crew. They eat pests, things maybe like ticks. I don't want ticks around. I'm sure most of you don't either. They're also helpful in scavenging things that may be decaying. We don't want things festering and carrying disease. So they're good to have around. They're opportunistic omnivores. They're also very famous for playing dead. That is their ultimate defense mechanism. So when they are exposed to a very stressful situation, like a predator, maybe a coyote, that is a predator that they might come across in Michigan, they can't control it because their body just gets flooded with stress hormone. They fall over, their head goes back, their tongue lolls out of their mouth, their eyes roll into the back of their head, and then, to convince the coyote, the smell of death oozes out of their butts. And so that opossum playing dead, it's asleep, it's playing dead, and it's unconscious. But it smells like it was a corpse that died 3 weeks ago. And so the coyote is like, hey, I don't want to eat that. I don't want to get whatever that, if it's carrying disease. And so it's more likely to go away and not eat the opossum. And then over the course of 45 minutes to a few hours, the opossum's kidneys will filter out that stress hormone, and the opossum will wake up. And so that's a really cool defense mechanism. It doesn't work so well with cars, and unfortunately, opossums do get hit by our vehicles on the road when they're crossing the road, and sometimes the joeys in a mama's pouch will still be alive, and so wildlife rehabbers will rescue those opossums. But I hope you really enjoyed learning about opossums today. They are super cool. We love them here at the Creature Conservancy, and we hope you love them too. I'm going to stay up here for a couple of minutes to answer any questions that you might have, and Wilbur is going to finish his dinner later on. Any opossum questions? Yeah, go ahead. How old is he? He is not even a year old yet. And opossums actually don't live very long. They only live for 2 to 3 years in captivity, and even less in the wild. They don't have a very long lifespan, which can be very sad. We get very attached to our opossums here at the Creature Conservancy. Any other questions? Yeah. I have never seen that happen here. I don't think that is ever, we don't put them in a stressful enough situation for that to happen. No. No, nothing that extreme. I think, yes, I saw your hand back there. Do you have a question? What'd you? When does he sleep? He sleeps during the day and the night. They're more nocturnal, but so I'll see him sleeping in the day quite a bit. Yeah. Well, we did kind of maybe wake him up a little bit. Was he awake or was he sleeping, Skylar? He was asleep. Yeah. But I'm sure he's happy to have gotten his snack, and he'll be able to nap when he gets back. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you attend our 2 p.m. program. Let us know if you have any questions. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our 2 p.m. creature feature. Normally, we only introduce one animal during our creature features, but today you get to meet not one, not two, but 3 different species of native Michigan turtles. Maybe you've seen one of these in your backyard. Maybe you've seen a couple of these before. We're going to be introducing a common snapping turtle, a box turtle, and also a wood turtle. Now, turtles are pretty famous for their shells that they use for protection. The outer layer of their shell consists of scutes made out of keratin, just like the keratin you find in your very own fingernails. And their layer of keratin is about the thickness of your fingernails, and they can actually feel you if you touch their shells. They also have an internal shell structure that is made out of bone. And believe it or not, they have all of the same skeletal features that you have. So their spine, their ribs, it's fused to their shell. It's a part of their shell. And sometimes media portrays turtles as not being able to come out of their shells, but they can't come out of their shells. It's part of their skeleton, it's part of their body, and it's a great form of protection. Eastern box turtles take this even a step further, which I'll talk about in a sec. So turtles have all of the same features that we do. They have legs, they have hips, they have all these same skeletal features, even though their body plans look very different than ours. However, there is something that we have that they don't, and that is teeth. Instead, they have a beak made out of keratin that they can sharpen by eating on things like rocks. And you can see we have one of our male eastern box turtles and our females munching on some superworms on stage right now with those beaks. Eastern box turtles are native to the eastern part of the United States, including the southern part of Michigan. So maybe you have seen one of these in the woods before when you were taking a hike. And they have very, very unique shells. They have a hinge in their plastron, which is the lower part of their shell, that can shut. So they can bring their head and their legs inside, and they can shut their shells up like a box. And that's why they're called box turtles. And this is super useful for avoiding being eaten by predators, right? And so this is an example of a male eastern box turtle in the wild. A raccoon is trying to get at him. And so he's closing up his shell like a box. Super, super cool adaptation. Makes box turtles very unique. And, box turtles have what's called sexual dimorphism. And so the males look different from the females. The males typically have a more bright, vibrant pattern, and they have bright red eyes, while the females typically have more of a dull, brownish, natural color to their pattern, and then brown eyes as well. These guys are threatened in the wild, which is really sad. They're very personable turtles, and so sometimes people have taken them out of the wild, and that has hurt natural populations. We have a different species of box turtle, Morty. He is the oldest animal we have on campus. He is 78 years old, which is crazy. So these turtles can live a really long time, so it's not really a good idea to get them as a pet because you don't know if you'll be able to you don't know who will be able to take care of them after you die because they're going to outlive you, which is crazy. We actually got our box turtles from the DR. They were part of a group of turtles that were being illegally shipped away. They were collected from the wild. Unfortunately, they couldn't be released back into the wild because of risk of disease. And so we are very happy to have them here. We took them in. But they are super amazing turtles, and they are threatened in the wild by things like being taken out of the wild, habitat loss, and so it's really important that we protect these beloved Michigan turtles. But these guys are gonna go off stage, and we are going to introduce our next Michigan native turtle, a very unique turtle. Maybe you have seen this out in the wild if you've ever been up north, or maybe in the UP, because their range is more up north. So it's probably unlikely you've seen a wood turtle out in the wild, But these guys are absolutely stunning turtles. They have a very beautiful, ornate pattern on their shells. That's why they're known as wood turtles. And they are extremely intelligent. They are known as the most intelligent of reptiles. Scientists have studied them. Scientists have studied them in the lab and have shown that they can learn mazes quicker than rats, which are also really intelligent animals. And so these guys are more intelligent than reptiles like Komodo dragons, crocodilians, which are known for their very high intelligence. And so they're very sought after in the pet trade. People want to take these guys out of the wild for pets. So unfortunately, these guys are also very threatened in Michigan. Because of their intelligence, they have been able to learn a very specific behavior that helps them hunt worms. I'm going to show you this video of them using their shell and their feet to thump on the ground. They keep thumping, and this thumping forms a repetitive percussion that kind of mimics maybe rainfall or a predator that causes earthworms to travel up so that they can eat them. They're tricking the worms, exactly. And they've actually learned this behavior because these worms that they're hunting are invasive earthworms from Europe. So they haven't been around for that long. They were introduced by the Europeans. And so they have been able to use their intelligence to learn this hunting behavior. We got this group of wood turtles. We have multiple wood turtles from that same batch of turtles with the DNR. So they were illegally captured out of the wild, and we were able to take them in. We're super happy to have our wood turtles. They're absolutely gorgeous, intelligent animals. And if you haven't seen them in the wild before, this is a wonderful opportunity to see one up close. But we're gonna introduce our third turtle. This is a turtle that I bet most of you have seen maybe crossing the road before. Maybe you've seen them digging a nest in your backyard. We're going to be introducing the common snapping turtle. This guy is not threatened in Michigan. They're more common to see, and they're very famous for their snapping ability and their ability to stretch their neck out extremely long. I'm going to show you a video. It's slowed down, but this common snapping turtle is stretching out his neck very rapidly and snapping. And they can extend their neck very far forward and then also very far down the back of their shell, almost 2/3 of the back down their shell. And sometimes they get a bad reputation because they can be a little sassy, but they need to be. This is a defensive mechanism for them because they have a very small amount of shell on their bellies. They don't have as much shell, as much plastron as other turtles do. And so they need to have that extra layer of defense to keep them safe from predators. When we come across common snapping turtles in the wild, it's usually during a very stressful time for them. So maybe you see a female common snapping turtle crossing the road in search of a high sandy spot to dig a hole and lay her eggs. Maybe you're seeing a male snapping turtle who got kicked out by another male snapping turtle and is trying to find a new pond, and they're crossing the road. Obviously, that's not very fun, trying to cross a road with cars going 55 miles per hour. And so they might be a little defensive. You might see a common snapping turtle, a female, digging a hole, maybe in your yard. She's digging a hole so that she can lay her eggs. They're about like golf ball sized eggs, leathery eggs. She lays 25 or maybe even way more at a time. And they incubate, and then eventually they hatch out into absolutely adorable, cute little babies with massive, oversized heads. And we get a lot of calls from people who find these babies and are like, oh my goodness, I need to save this baby. But believe it or not, they are fully independent once they are hatched. So the best thing for you to do is just leave those babies alone. Now, if they are in a parking lot that's getting a lot of traffic, it's probably a good thing to move them to a safer location. But otherwise, you can just let them live out their lives. If you do see a snapping turtle, an adult snapping turtle crossing the road, you can help them out. But there are a few things that you should do to keep the snapping turtles safe and then yourself safe as well. You don't want to get bit, you don't want to get hit by a car. And so handling a snapping turtle, a common snapping turtle, the way you do it is very important because they can reach very far with their necks. And so you want to grab them at the very base, the very back of their shell. You can see in the picture on the left, that person is handling them, the very back of their shell. That way they're not getting bit. You do not want to drag or pick up a common snapping turtle by its tail. That can seriously hurt their spine. That can even maybe cause paralysis and even death later on. And so you can use that tail kind of for support and put your hand underneath their bodies and kind of hold them like a dinner plate. But do not fully grab them, drag them, or pick them up by their tail. And of course, make sure that you don't get hit in the process. Now, Christopher here, he was actually hit crossing a road. And he had a very serious shell injury. He also had a lower jaw injury. And our veterinarian actually was able to glue his shell back together with Carbondo. And he did make a full recovery with his shell, but that jaw injury causes him to not be able to fully snap. And so we couldn't release him back into the wild. And so that's why he lives with us, and we love having him here, even though he can be a little sassy sometimes. So that's Christopher, and I hope you enjoyed learning about some Michigan native turtles. They're absolutely amazing and unique, and we're going to have, that's him snapping, yep. We're going to have one of our box turtles come out so you guys can be introduced and you can touch her shell using a very gentle, oh, that's the male. You can touch his shell using a very gentle two-fingered touch. And if you have any questions, I will stay up here and be by Darth Maul, that's his name, and I'll answer any questions that you have about our turtles.
Lenny disappeared.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our 3 p.m. creature feature. We are so excited to have you here and to introduce several Michigan turtles. Normally for our creature features, we just see one new animal, but we're going to see 3 separate species of native Michigan turtles today. And turtles are super popular in common media. Sometimes in cartoons you'll see them popping out of their shells, but turtles can't do that because their shells are very much a part of their bodies. The outer layer of their shells is made of keratin. And so they have these scutes made of keratin. They're about as thick as your fingernail. And so when you touch a turtle's shell, they can actually feel you because they have living tissue under there. And so they feel that pressure, kind of like when you touch your own fingernail. But their shells are very, very cool. They are very much a part of their skeleton. Their spine, their ribs, it's all fused to their shell. And their shell is a great form of protection for them. Now, we are meeting 3 different turtle species today. We're starting out with the eastern box turtle. They're just kind of hanging out up there right now. But you may see them eat in a sec, and they'll be eating with their beaks, which are made out of keratin. Turtles have pretty much all of the same body parts that we do. They have legs, they have hips, they have shoulders, but they don't have teeth. Instead, they have this beak made out of keratin, and they can sharpen that beak by eating harder things or eating things on rocks. And eastern box turtles, which are native to the eastern half of the United States and the southern part of Michigan, have a very unique shell. It can fully close up like a box, hence the name box turtle. It has a hinge on their lower portion of their shell called the plastron that allows them to fully pull in their head and their legs and then close up their shell like a box. And this is a great form of protection when they're out in the woods and they're coming across native predators like the raccoon. And this male box turtle on screen is demonstrating that for you right now. Now, eastern box turtles are what are known as sexually dimorphic. So the males look different from the females. The males have a more vibrant, bright color, while the females typically have more neutral, duller tones. And the males have bright red eyes, like Darth Maul up here, and then the females typically have more brownish color eyes. So box turtles are very unique. You may have seen them when you're walking around the woods before and you're on a hike here in Michigan. We have a different species of box turtle named Morty, who's from the southwestern part of the United States, but he lives just over there. He is 78 years old. Box turtles can live well over 100. And so they're probably not the best option as a pet because most people aren't able to keep them for their entire lives. But they're very personable turtles, and so people have wanted them as pets, and so they've taken them out of the wild. And because of things like that and habitat loss and being killed by cars or agricultural equipment, they are threatened in Michigan. We actually got our box turtles from a group of turtles at the DNR. They were being illegally shipped overseas. And so unfortunately, they couldn't be returned back into the wild because of the risk of spreading disease, but we were able to take them in. So they're gonna go off stage, say goodbye to our box turtle, and then we'll welcome on stage our next native Michigan turtle, which is a turtle that you may find in the Upper Peninsula or northern Michigan. If you have seen this turtle in the wild, you are very lucky. It's kind of rare to see these guys in the wild, but this is the wood turtle, and they are named wood turtles because of the beautiful ornate pattern they have on their shells. These turtles are extremely intelligent. Scientists have done studies in the lab that have shown that these turtles learn mazes extremely quickly. They learn it quicker than rats do. And rats are very intelligent animals. So these reptiles are the smartest of all of the reptiles, smarter than reptiles like Komodo dragons, king cobras, crocodilians, all of which are reptiles who are really known for their intelligence. These guys have put their intelligence to use in the wild. They use their intelligence when they're hunting. They have this learned behavior where they thump their shell and their legs up and down to form a repetitive percussion. And this kind of mimics rainfall, which stimulates earthworms, to come up from the soil so that they can get a snack. It's really cool because these earthworms are not native. They're invasive. They were introduced to the northern part of the Americas by Europeans. And so this is a behavior that has been learned by these wood turtles. Because wood turtles are just so intelligent, people have coveted them. They've wanted to take them out of the wild for part of the pet trade. And so unfortunately, these guys are also threatened in the state of Michigan. And we got our wood turtles from the same group of turtles from the DNR as the box turtles. Our wood turtle is going to go off stage, and we are going to meet our third native Michigan turtle. His name is Christopher, and he is a type of turtle that you have probably seen in the wild. He is a common snapping turtle. Raise your hand if you've seen a common snapping turtle maybe crossing the road. Yeah, you've seen them before. People often see them crossing the road, maybe to get to another pond, or maybe it's a female looking for a high sandy spot to dig a hole to lay her eggs. But these guys are known for their impressive ability to extend their neck very quickly and very far, and their ability to snap. And this is Christopher. He is our very own common snapper. And the common snapping turtle on screen is going to demonstrate that snapping ability. So this is slow-mo. But as you can see, they can extend their neck out very quickly and very far forward and very far back, all the way like 2/3 of their shell. And so you have to be very careful when you're handling these animals. But oftentimes, people will think, oh, these guys are dangerous, they're scary, they're sassy. They have to be sassy. They have to have an extra layer of protection because look at the bottom of their shells. They don't have as much undershell or plastron as other turtles do, so they need that extra layer of defense. And these guys are not aggressive if you just, you're swimming around in a pond or a lake. They're not like actively trying to bite you or anything. They'd go away. But people usually see these animals when they are crossing the road. Like I said, maybe it's a female looking for a good spot to dig a hole to lay her eggs. And so this is a very stressful time for the turtle. When they do find a good spot, the female is going to dig a hole. She's going to lay about 25 or maybe even more golf ball size leathery eggs. And those eggs will incubate, and when they hatch, little adorable snapping turtles come out with oversized heads. We get a lot of calls from people who are like, I found this little snapping turtle. What do I do to help it? And the answer probably is just leave it alone. Because usually, these animals, these young turtles, they are independent when they are hatched. So you don't need to do anything. Unless they're in a really dangerous spot, like maybe a very busy parking lot, you probably should just leave it alone. If you come across an adult common snapping turtle crossing the road, there are a few things you can do to avoid being snapped at, and to also help that turtle cross the road. So the way you can help them cross the road is by handling them correctly. It's very important that you don't grab right by their head, right by their neck, because as you saw earlier, they can extend their neck very far. So what you need to do is, as shown on the picture on the left, is hold them at the very back of their shell. You don't want to grab them and drag them by their tails. You don't want to lift them up by their tails, because this can really detrimentally harm the turtle. It can actually cause paralysis and maybe even death. It can hurt their spine. So you don't want to do that. Sometimes you can use that tail for extra support if you're grabbing the tail and holding the turtle underneath themselves like a dinner plate. But otherwise, you don't want to hold them by the tail. And then, of course, as you're crossing the road, it's really important that you don't get hit as well. So just being aware of your surroundings. But we totally support helping common snapping turtles cross the road because, unfortunately, they do get hit sometimes. And that is what happened to our friend Christopher here. Christopher got hit on the road, and he actually underwent surgery. Our veterinarian was able to fix his shell to glue it back together, and it was able to heal. However, he also sustained a jaw injury, a lower jaw injury, and so he can't fully snap like other common snapping turtles can. He couldn't be released back into the wild, so we took him in. But yeah, that's Christopher, and I hope you really enjoyed learning about some of our native Michigan turtles during this creature feature. You're gonna get the opportunity to touch our male box turtle if you would like with a gentle 2 fingers. You can feel what the keratin on their shell feels like, and then I can also take any questions that you might have. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so excited to have you here for our 4 p.m. program. You're going to meet a lot of awesome backyard buddies, maybe some mammals that you've seen in your very own backyards. Raise your hand. Is this your first time here at the Creature Conservancy? Okay, we've got some new faces. Awesome. Raise your hand if you've been here before. Awesome. So we've got a lot of returning faces, a lot of new faces. That's what we like to see. And I hope you're having a wonderful time today. You'll have to come back next month because we have a brand new set of animals on this stage every single month. So for August, you'll be able to meet some of these animals. Animals with unique superpowers, including our Gila monster, one of our crested porcupines, one of our frilled dragons, and one of our armadillos. And if you have a really great time here today, which I hope that you do, you might want to think about getting a membership. You can get that at the gift shop. This gives you free access to open hours on the weekends and free access to our special adult-only first and third Friday events. It also gives you discounts in the gift shops and for special events, along with advanced notice for special events, such as Tortoise Yoga, which is coming up. It sold out super fast, but don't worry, we'll have more yoga events in the future. Keep an eye out on our website and our social media for upcoming events. And we also have our summer camps going on right now for 1st and 9th graders. If you have it in your heart to donate, we do have a wish list you can look up on our website. And then we also have our Adopt a Creature program. This allows you to directly sponsor the care, the training, the enrichment of a specific animal here at the Creature Conservancy. There are different tiers, ranging from a signed letter from the zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership here at the Creature Conservancy. And finally, please follow us on social media. We post a lot of cute photos and pictures, and then of course it's where we post our upcoming events. And then send us your pictures. When we're running around during programs, we don't always have time to take cute photos ourselves. So I'm going to turn it over to Xavier. He's going to introduce our first backyard buddy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madeline. So the first backyard buddy that we're going to be meeting is one you guys have definitely seen. Many of you may not have been excited to see them in your backyard because these animals definitely have a stigma around them. But the one that we're going to meet on stage today, his name is Giorgio Armani. And just like the real Giorgio Armani, he is a master of smells and masters of scents. And so but you guys don't have to worry about getting any of Giorgio's spray on you, even though you guys are all within the skunk spray distance. Giorgio has had his scent glands removed early on, so you guys don't have to worry about that. But we're going to be meeting a striped skunk, and striped skunks can be found throughout much of North America, pretty much most of North America, from Florida, northern Mexico, all the way to northern parts of Canada, and just about everywhere in between. So they are definitely the most common species of skunk to find in this area, but they're not the only species of skunk found in the United States. The striped skunks like him and the cute guy on screen is what you're most commonly going to be finding. But if you were to go out west, you can find a hognose skunk, which looks very similar to the striped skunk, but has that hog nose. But then if you go down south, you may find their really cute cousin, the spotted skunk. And spotted skunks have really unique patterns, spots, and stripes. But my favorite thing about spotted skunks is that they are a lot smaller than these striped skunks, and every single time they do that they spray, they have to do a handstand to spray. So, but these guys are really fascinating. But Giorgio here, like all skunks, they are omnivores, but they're opportunistic scavengers because he's not very fast like a coyote to hunt and chase down prey, but he will likely scavenge around, eating any fruits or vegetables he may find. But his favorite is definitely protein. And so when he's up at night, they're nocturnal. So he would be looking through the forest, rummaging through, and some of his favorite protein are going to be bugs, whether those are grubs or earthworms. And a lot of times you may find them scavenging around for earthworms and grubs in your yard. So if you see skunks digging around in the evening, or if you wake up the next morning and you see patches of holes, that's probably skunks digging around looking for those grubs and things like that. But these guys are also an amazing pest control and just a good cleanup crew, because they are, like I said, they're opportunistic, so they will eat a lot of things that other animals won't eat, leftover foods here and there. But then they're also going to be eating a lot of the pest species that we don't want around. You definitely don't want wasp nests and things like that. And skunks do a great job of eating those grubs and wasp larvae and helping control that population. But then they are one of the few species of animals that have really expanded their population with human development, because us humans, we have a lot of trash. And when we are not careful with our trash, these opportunistic animals like the skunks definitely take advantage of that and will rummage through our garbage or eat any leftovers left out. And so they do an amazing job of cleaning up after us as well. But they've got hands built for digging. Those are like mini bear paws that he has. And in the wild, they would file their nails down by digging constantly, looking for their food. Now, we will do a lot of enrichment with Giorgio, hide his food, make sure he has to actually dig for his food. But in captivity, he doesn't get the same amount of digging that he would in the wild. And so what you're seeing him doing right now is a behavior that we have trained to help him file his nails down. So he will scratch on this pad, and he'll get treats for that. But right now it seems like he's more interested in sniffing around and seeing what else Skylar may have. But a lot of this training really helps him with that natural behavior and really making sure that his nails don't get overgrown. But these guys truly are an amazing animal. But skunks are not known for their nails or their digging habits. They are known for their spraying. But these skunks don't want to spray right off the bat, and they have a lot of warning signs that help them not use that spray because they don't want to use it. They don't have an unlimited supply, and the color is the first and foremost warning sign. That black and white coloration, it's a advertisement saying, hey, stay away from me, I'm a skunk. And if an animal has dealt with a skunk and been sprayed before, they're going to see that skunk and stay so far away from it because they don't want anything to do with that. But each of these skunks, the patterns they have are individual, and they have it from birth. And it's not, and what's also unique about skunks is they are pretty solitary animals. And if you do see bunches of skunks walking around, it's likely a mom and her babies, because they're not really group or pack animals. But what's cute about the babies is they have those stripes from the day they are born. It's actually their skin pattern as well. And so these guys will grow that up. And when they're born, they do have their scent glands. And so, but they don't have full control over them until they are at least about 2 months old or so. And then they're really able to control that. But again, they don't want to spray immediately. So if the coloration that they have doesn't quite work to ward off those predators, they will do a little war dance. And that war dance is raising their tail as tall as it can. That's just another added warning signal. And then they will start stomping their feet. And they do this from birth. And that stomping of their feet is them just reminding the predator, like, hey, I'm a skunk. You get any closer, you're going to get sprayed. And like I said, predators will see these warnings and think, hey, I know I'm hungry, but I can wait until morning and catch a rabbit a lot easier. And so they will fear that. And so because all it takes is one spray, and these guys are accurate, and they can have pinpoint accuracy up to about 15 feet, and they will always aim for your eyes. And when they're aiming for their eyes, that's because the spray is a sticky tar-like substance. So it's going to get in your eyes, get in your face, and those predators are not going to have an easy time rubbing that off. They can't just wash it off in water. They're going to spend the next days, if not weeks, rubbing their face on the ground, on bark, and not stop thinking about this black and white animal that did that. And so it keeps skunks safe for the future as well. But our dogs are not that smart sometimes, and our dogs will often go get sprayed by a skunk. You try to wash them off with tomato juice, which doesn't actually work. Tomato paste, tomato juice will really just have your dog smelling like skunk and tomatoes. But if you do get a dog that is sprayed by a skunk, the best stuff that works is salon grade hydrogen peroxide. That will help that. But that smell really does permeate. And so it's definitely not something you want to run into. But a lot of breeds of dogs aren't the smartest, so they may get sprayed by a skunk. Get that smell right out, and then 2 weeks later get sprayed by that same skunk, because a lot of breeds don't carry the same intelligence as their wild counterparts. But Giorgio is extremely cute, and we are thankful that we have him here. But do you guys have any questions about Giorgio? Yeah. Yeah, so really it would take if they emptied it all out on a predator, which a lot of cases they really only need one spray to kind of get the final message across. But if they were to empty it out, it would take a couple days to fully replenish. But yeah. You know, it's almost like a yellowy liquid, but yeah, it is. It's weird to describe, but it's almost like a sticky tar-like substance, but it's sticky, more sticky than slimy. Yeah. You know, it is made out of a lot of different chemicals that is produced in their anal glands, and so it's. But a lot of it, people will say it smells like sulfur. It does have a high sulfur content, but just a lot of gross chemicals that you don't want to be near. But we do have our next animal that is here, and for the next animal, I just want to. He will be walking along this rail. So if we could have all kids and everybody back, and parents, this job is on you to make sure your kids are staying back, because Nigel will be walking along this rail, and Nigel is definitely one of our cutest animals here, and he definitely knows it, but Nigel is a groundhog. He's a woodchuck, and this species has many different names because they have a incredibly wide range. And when animals have a wide range like this, different areas of the country will call them one thing. So you may have heard woodchucks, you may have heard groundhogs, but they are the same animal. But as Nigel's making his way around, he is going to show off that he is definitely extremely cute. But he is also the only animal here at the Creature Conservancy that has a full holiday named after him, and that's Groundhog's Day. But Groundhog's Day wasn't always happy for groundhogs, because when it started back in the 1800s, it was called Groundhog's Day because they celebrated by having a bunch of groundhog stew. Now that holiday has shifted into Punxsutawney Phil predicting when spring is going to be, but if we have any betting people in here, and you want to make some quick money, bet against Punxsutawney Phil, because Punxsutawney Phil has about a 36% accuracy rate when predicting. So if you are a betting person, definitely bet against Punxsutawney Phil because he is wrong most of the time. But part of that has stemmed from that groundhogs are a hibernating animal, and they're actually the only true hibernating animal we have here at the Creature Conservancy. A lot of people think that all of the mammals here in Michigan will hibernate, but a lot of them, like the skunks, will go into something called torpor. And torpor is almost like a halfway hibernation. It's like a light hibernation where they do slow their bodies down a little bit. But the groundhogs, they almost shut down completely. Their body temperature goes down to about 36 degrees. Their heart rate drops to about 2 beats per minute. Their respiratory rate is about 1 breath per minute. So they really shut down completely. But in order to withstand that, they have to pack on a lot of weight going into the fall. And so these groundhogs can sometimes eat up to about 2 pounds of produce a day in order to stock up and get to that winter weight that they want. And so for this reason, a lot of people don't really like groundhogs in their yard or around their garden, because these guys will just eat about anything that you guys are growing is their favorite thing on the menu today. And so they can eat out an entire garden in just a couple days leading into winter. But then groundhogs, they get their name because they will dig extensive burrows. And if you're a homeowner with a deck or a foundation that you don't want messed up, you may not want to see groundhogs digging around there, but they really do provide a lot of benefits with these burrows to the ecosystem, because these burrows are so deep, so extensive, that they are taking nutrients from lower levels and bringing them to higher levels, taking organic matter down, putting it lower in the ground. And so they really are tilling the ground a lot better than some of our industrial stuff. But in these burrows and chambers, they have extensive spots, and so it's not just one long tunnel, but they will have a space to sleep, a space to use the restroom, a space to eat. And so they have a lot of compartments because they are also clean animals. They don't want to be sleeping next to their poop, and so they really do a great job there. But then they're constantly moving, so when they leave a burrow, that is homes for other animals, and so they are great ecosystem engineers that other species really rely on. But one thing that people don't quite think of when they see a groundhog is that they're actually looking at a squirrel. Because a lot of people will think that squirrels are just those animals living in the trees with the fluffy tails, but there's a huge group of ground squirrels that include the chipmunks, but it also includes prairie dogs and groundhogs like this, and they're actually the largest type of squirrel that you can find in Michigan. But even though they are a ground squirrel, he can climb really well. Nigel's outdoor area has many shelves, and a lot of times if you go in there, he is looking down on you because he's hanging out right up there. But Nigel's amazing. But do you guys have any questions about our groundhog? Yeah. So Groundhog's Day now has turned into whether or not Punxsutawney Phil actually sees his shadow, and whether or not he sees his shadow will determine how long or how far spring is away. But he's typically wrong. But all right. And so, you have a question? Yeah. You know, they, just like the skunk, they have really great claws, and those claws and paws really help them dig really fast. And so he's got long, sharp nails that he can dig really, really quick. So that's how he's he's great at digging. But yeah, we have one more question, and then I'll pass it over to Madeline. You know, that is a great question. He asked how many species can live in a groundhog burrow. But there are many, probably dozens of species, because that will include many species of small mammals like rats and mice and voles and things like that. But also amphibians like frogs and toads will overwinter, and even snakes and box turtles and things like that. So when they leave out of their burrow, they give homes to many different animals. And so I can't give you an exact number because there's too many to think of right off the top of my head, but a lot of animals. But I'm going to pass things over to Madeline to talk about our last backyard buddy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. So I am super excited to introduce our last backyard buddy, maybe one of the coolest mammals that we have in Michigan. Definitely a very unique mammal. This is Wilbur. He is an opossum. And he does have a little bit of an underbite. We get a lot of opossums who have genetic or physical disabilities. We get a lot of opossums from wildlife rehabbers. And so he does have that underbite, but he's super cute. He's coming out to nibble on some ricotta cheese. They're omnivores. They absolutely love their cheese. But opossums are our only marsupial. They are native to North America, and they're Michigan's very own marsupial, kind of like our own kangaroo. They're not kangaroos, but they are closely related to them. And opossums have some very unique characteristics. They are the only mammal in Michigan that have this many teeth. They have 50 teeth in their mouth. And they also have an extremely diverse set of teeth. So they have little peg-like teeth up front that are great for grabbing bugs. They have those humongous canine teeth that are great for dispatching snakes and other small animals. They have slicing teeth after them that are great for vegetation. And then finally, they have crushing teeth in the very back of their mouth that are good for harder foods, which is really important because they're omnivores. They're opportunistic omnivores. They eat a lot of different plant matter and animal matter out in the wild. Right now, Wilbur is snacking on some greens, some fruit, some kibble, some chicken, and some cheese. So he's eating a very diverse diet. Opossums also have opposable thumbs, just like we do, but they have them on their back feet. And then they also have their awesome semi-prehensile tail. And when they're little, they can fully support their body weight up in the trees with that tail. But it's only semi-prehensile because when they get bigger, when they get Wilbur size, they can't fully support their entire body weight in the trees. But they can still use it for grabbing onto things for added support. And so those opposable thumbs and that grasping tail are great for climbing. Opossums often will be seen climbing up in trees. They may be holding on tight and then grasping for a snack, maybe an egg in a bird's nest or some berries. So they've got some pretty awesome adaptations for helping them with climbing. Opossums, like I said, are marsupials, which are a very specific group of mammals. There are three main groups of mammals. There are the monotremes, the egg-laying mammals, which include the platypus and 4 species of echidna. There are the marsupials, which are the pouched mammals. And then the 4,000 or so other mammals on the planet are the placental mammals. And those are the ones that you usually think of when you're thinking of mammals. We as humans are placental mammals. Rats are placental mammals. So sometimes people get freaked out by opossums because they think they're maybe a little ugly because of that pink hairless tail. I think they're adorable. And sometimes they remind people of rats. But we're actually more closely related to rats than Wilbur is, believe it or not. Being a marsupial and having a pouch comes with some perks. Opossum mamas have a gestation period of pregnancy of about 12 days. And they have a relatively easy birth, so easy that sometimes the mama even goes to sleep when she's giving birth. The babies, the joeys, are born very little, like little grains of rice. They're pink, they're underdeveloped. They're born and they crawl up mama's midline and into her pouch. There, they latch on to one of 13 maybe 15, maybe 17, but usually 13 nipples. And then they'll be nourished by mother's milk as they remain in the pouch for several weeks. On the left, you can see some joeys that are only a couple of days old. And on the right, you can see some joeys that have gotten bigger. They're starting to really fill that pouch. They have developed hair. And as the joeys get big enough, they will crawl onto mama's back. And they're growing every day. You know, they're going back into mama's pouch for nourishment and protection, but they're getting bigger. And eventually, one day, there will only be room for 12 baby opossums on mama's back. And one will fall off in the woods. And then maybe the next day, there's only room for 11 baby opossums on a mama's back. And then that baby will fall off in a different spot, and so on and so forth. And that's how the young opossums get distributed through the woods. Opossums haven't always been in Michigan. They actually were introduced from a more southern region in 1932, 1933, as people were moving up north to Michigan in search of jobs during the Great Depression. People actually purposefully brought opossums to Michigan. Why, you may ask? Because they were wanting to plant opossums so that they could harvest them later to eat. Opossums produce a lot of babies at a time, so it's a pretty good food source. And they've been in Michigan ever since, and they have slowly moved northward. Every decade or so, they've moved about a row of counties north. And last year, someone got a video of an opossum crossing the Mackinac Bridge. He was trying to become a Yooper. Look at that cute face. How can you not think that opossum is absolutely adorable? But this northern migration means that the temperatures up north are warm enough for these opossums. So it means the climate is changing. As the climate changes, mammal or different animal ranges can expand or change. Now, if I haven't convinced you that opossums are absolutely amazing, I have a few more fun facts about opossums. Firstly, they are immune to snake venom. They are also very unlikely to carry diseases like rabies, salmonella, bubonic plague, botulism, all these nasty diseases we don't want. And they are also great pest control. They eat arthropods, like ticks. We don't want ticks around. They're a good cleanup crew. They're opportunistic omnivores, so they may be scavenging for things. And we want scavengers around to help clean up the environment so that there aren't things festering disease. They're also extremely famous for playing possum or playing dead. That is their main defense mechanism. And this is just a natural response to a very stressful situation. They can't control it. So when they come across something really stressful, maybe like a predator, like a coyote, their body will be flooded with stress hormone. And they will fall over, their mouth will open, their tongue will loll out of their mouth, their eyes will roll into the back of their head, and the best part of all, the smell of absolute death will just ooze out of their butts. It's very convincing, right? They smell like a 3-week-old corpse, which is perfect for them because the coyote is like, oh my goodness, I do not want to eat this corpse. I don't want to get sick. It's nasty. And so, of course, this is not, he's not actually rotting away because over the course of 45 minutes to a few hours, the body will slowly start to wake up as the kidneys filter out that stress hormone. So opossums are just absolutely phenomenal. They're super cool, super unique. They have a very unique defense mechanism that is great against predators, not so great against cars, unfortunately. But we absolutely love opossums here at the Creature Conservancy. We hope you do too. I will love to take some questions about opossums. This is our last program of the day, except for owl feeding. So if you want to see our alligator Al eat his dinner, you can head on out to the gator dock after this, but I can take a couple questions about opossums first. Yeah, go ahead. No, he has not had babies. He's not that I know of, although he did live in the wild for a little bit before he went to the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, but I think he was pretty young when that happened. Good question. You had a question? That may have happened, but that's not, no. Nope, they're on their own. Yeah. Yeah. They're the best at grabbing on, maybe. They'll eventually fall off too. They have to go on their own, grow up, and be their own independent opossum. Yeah. All right. Oh, you have a question? Yes, come ahead. That sounds good. How old is Wilbur? He is 9 months old. Opossums only live for about 2 to 3 years in captivity, and even less in the wild. They don't live very long. Probably cottage cheese. Oh, I like cottage cheese a lot as well. Yeah, you're so welcome. Enjoy the rest of your time at the Creature Conservancy.